I would say we're yeah. You can announce it when you start on the show. Go to the restroom first, Sharon.
Well, I want to do that first.
We will be starting our food show at 9:30. This is going to be first call for our maintenance class, our Kianita and her third class, first call. I will do a first call, a second call, and a last call. So this is just first call.
Cheap, taking me free. Hobby.
Do you guys have a show order for me?
Hey fellas, water here. I should really be sure I should eat things.
Take a break, man. You go every show.
There's one thing that I it's not Noah's fault. It's just like it's just it may not be.
Right, up here.
To the second position right underneath the scratch and this one So
Is this Michael everywhere?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 Butler County Fair Beach Show. My name is Tim Lake, I'm the beach superintendent. Just want to say, if you guys need anything, if there's a mic issue, if it gets hot in here, please walk over that corner, let me know. I can turn the fans up, do whatever's needed. But before we get the beach show started this morning, there was a tragedy a couple months ago, and I want to just give a brief moment of silence. John was a dedicated supporter of our cattle industry and our fair community. His passion for agriculture, his willingness to help others, and the impact he made will not be forgotten. While John is no longer with us, his legacy lives on to his family, especially his son Sam, who's in the ring with me today. At this time, I'd ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence to remember John Forbes, honor his contributions, and keep his family in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning, Butler County. We're getting ready to start our beach show. Our judge today is Travis Lautner. He is co-chair of Agribusiness Animal Science and a professor at BMAC Agribusiness in Ankeny, Iowa. He grew up on a small beggars farm near Jefferson, Iowa, obtained a 2-year degree in meat production management and a 4-year degree in ag studies from Iowa State University. Please give our judge, Travis Butler, a big round of applause. Also, please give a big round of applause for our superintendent, Tim Lake, who works very hard with the help of many of his friends to run a very smooth beach show. Please be sure our greeting beef anchors, candy Clippers, are now in the show area. Come to main Angus show class 1.
No, let's get Andy. Give me 2 seconds. You got 2 seconds. 1,
Our first class today for the breeding week is our Angus class. In this class, we have Oakley Rudy from the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club, Jason Johnson of the East Butler Wranglers, and Avery Harris of the Butler Bee. Once again, this is our Angus class.
No problem. That's okay.
Our next class is your Canada. Helping this morning with awards, we are fortunate enough to have our 2022 Butler County Fair Queen, Miss Colby Wicks, 2026. And our 2026 Junior Fair Queen, Miss Claire Flores. They have been busy all fair working on handing out awards.
Well, we just got done, kind of doing the dare show. That was a deep set. We just start the deep show like this. And, already I got to use my noggin here. And, I think you can sort these challenges based off your preferences. And female that's just the most complete in terms of how she's built. She's one that I love her femininity. I love her wedge shape that she progressively gets deeper from the side profile. That's a maternal trait when you deal like that and get deeper and more wedge shape through the rear portions there. She's a female that excels in terms of volume and center portion. As you study her, again, she's level in her top line, and I guess as a livestock person, and we did this at the dairy show too, but when you study them and they move in the spine, you want them to be level through at least through the spine, because what that does is tells us that everything down below is working. When they push the spine up and they do some funky things, it tells you maybe they're not quite true in terms of how they track. But she keeps dead level on the move. Again, she's a high volume capacity one that kind of puts everything together. She's a female who get around the head wide in terms of her base width. She's a female true in terms of front to back, and she doesn't do anything funky with pitching her top or anything out. So she's just the truest female as a setter. Lot to be desired, one like that. So nice female to start things off with. We get in one here. If your preference is stout one, this one's here. She's the stoutest. She has the advantage of stout one. She's the one that's the stoutest, particularly as you get around behind her. She's probably bigger and wider. Not probably, she is bigger and wider out of her one, and she carries that back out through her pin set. She's extremely light through her pin set. She carries that weight down to the ground. She's another high volume one that's pretty tight and fun to look at. As we look at her, she's not quite as comfortable off of her hind leg. She wants to kind of pitch and roll that hind leg on her move, and that kind of does some funky stuff. But if we can kind of change that about her, but again, if you like it stouter, maybe you use her for contention first. But that's another high quality nice profile one that goes with it. And then if your preference more is just kind of breeding stock, if you're kind of old school and you like it built like that, long spine. Here's one that she's the oldest, I believe, the group. She's one that's very long about her spine. She's one that's got some muscularity coming out of her hip, and she's just overall a well-built female. And as I study her, she's just a little bit more rectangular in terms of shape. And when they make them rectangular like that, where they don't do the erosion progressively, sometimes that gives them a harder moving look as well. But again, three quality females that can be in contention here today. Go ahead and congratulate that group for another nice set here.
The results of our maiden class. First place was the Oakley Ruby of the Butler County 4A Plant Drive Livestock Club. Second place went to Mason Johnson of the East Butler Wranglers. Next in Sugarman is our Canada with Mason Johnson of the East Butler Wranglers. This is the second call for Maine Anjou, Maine Angus. First call for Maine Anjou Show Class 1.
Young man brings us a single entry that certainly would be, could use some competition here as we look at maybe comparatively to the females that came before him. This particular one fits right in. This one again is with wedge shape. You'll hear me talk about that a lot because I think it's important in terms of maternal characteristics. They do wedge progressively in front and rear. But this particular female is big and bold through a rib shape and center portion. Really like how feminine front end she is, long and progressive through that front end. She's a female you get around behind her. She's one that maybe you just touch us out there, but certainly feminine in terms of her build. And I'm picking on one that's really nice and a single entry here. She gets around the ring motors with a relative amount of ease. She's got plenty of reach out on her front leg and shoulder as she takes a step. She makes relatively one nice track as she strides off that hind leg as well. The young person's done a nice job. Good single entry. Congratulate that young person, please.
The results of our Canadian class, Mason Johnson of the East Butler Wranglers. second class, and first call for our May on June maintainer class.
Yep, she'll be second.
Another really nice thing last year is the young lady right here. Here's one that I really like how long and feminine she is to that third. She's one that's big, salad over top of her loin, and she pulls that on back to her hip. Really like how salad powerful she is over her hip. And then she carries her down from her top to her faster. I really like the set and the bow, the hind leg there. I think that keeps the sound. If we look at the picture of her toes, the straight north and south, and just really have to appreciate that about her. And I think at one point in time, it was probably thought it was a detriment to have that much flex in passer, and I don't think it is today, at least for me, it's not. They need to have some flex, they need to have some flexibility. We talked about that in the air class earlier. Nobody ever really explained soundness to me. I just knew that they needed to be sound. What does that mean? It means they need to have the right functionality coming out of their hip, going down to the joint where the cycle is, going down to the hock, and then going down to the passion to the ground. And if you think nothing else, just look above to these rafters and look how it transports weight back and forth when you get a load on it. So when she gets ready to pull or she's carrying extra pounds of calf, they gotta have that angularity about their hip and their hock and down to the ground because it's distributed weights. And so what soundness is a longevity trait, and it's expensive to get these cows into the herd after 2 or 3 years, and they're not done growing until 4 years of age. And so it's really important that we keep them sound like she is, because that's a longevity trait. So nice job, young lady, good single entry. Let's go ahead and get some more competition for you later on.
The results for our first class, first lady went to Avery Harris of the Butler Community. Our next class is Cold Hereford. In this class, we have Harper Harris of the Butler Community. This is the final call for May on June, so class 1. Second call for May on June second call for May on June maintainer class, and first call for Shorthorn.
You know, what really caught my attention about this heifer in the ring, we certainly really caught my attention is just her fluid in terms of her skeleton. She's one that takes a nice long step off of that hind leg and she keeps that hip in line together. She's one that will swear about her feet leg posture. She's a female that's long to her front third. She's a female that's long spine as well. Maybe add a shot of her body from the side, kind of loosen her up and make her just a little more bold through the center portion. But she's a female that's got some muscularity and shape coming out of her back end there. And something else that kind of stuck with me here, kind of what you see is what you get. She doesn't have that hair coat, but she is just big and bold in terms of her bone and her footwork, and you just really have to appreciate that ruggedness about her. And I like how moderate frame she is as well. So this is a good quality for a female. Congratulate that young lady, another similar thing.
The results of our full trooper class are for Harris, received first place of the Butler team. Next, Maine Angus. In this class, we have Lieutenant Lover of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. This is the final call for our Maine shooting senior show class 1. Second call for our short form class. First call for our short form plus class.
Another high quality female. And you hear me talk about one being wedge shaped, she's one that's extending up to her front third, and then she progressively gets deeper out to her bottom through her last third there. And why is that important? Well, from a breeding standpoint, you want the female to wedge progressively deeper as they go through the back third, because that's an maternal trait. We know that cows that are built like that are going to have some ability summer, and they're going to have some drive and some go, some longevity out there. And so you'll hear me talk about that wedge shape, and she certainly got it, and we appreciate that when we see one like that. She's one that's stout in terms of her bone and footwork. She's a female. I really like how long and extended she is to her front third. I like how she ties that shoulder in down into her forward rib, and then she just explodes out of her midriff. She's a big, high volume, capacious sort of a female. Carries that on the back through. She's a female that when she gets around and motors in the ring, if we're picking on one in the same area here, I think she drives in terms of her front legs, her feet placing her straight forward. As we say her from hop down to pastern there, her pastern of course down on the ground there, I'd like to just soften her up and give her just a little bit more flex as we put that foot down on the ground. She's a little bit more unsure here in this particular class. But go ahead and give him a round of applause for a nice, good female.
The results are Maine on shoe Maine Angus class and Lover of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club received first place. Next in the arena is our Maine on shoe show class 1. In this class, we have Audrey Murray of the Albion Danny Cousins and Emma Brown of the Big T FFA. Once again, this is our Maine on shoe show class 1. Final call for our short horn class. Second call for our short horn plus class. And first call for our spinach call, 87% and up show class.
certainly some differences just in terms of appearance as we evaluate this class. And the young lady very much is just overall softer as you look at her. Now, she does have a haircut with that more velvety soft look to her. But soft, she's one that's long and feminine about her front end relative to the group here. She's one that's softer about her rib cage and is softer in her overall appearance. She's stout and powerful at her hip, and you have to appreciate that. You get around behind her, there's plenty of pin width there. I like how much width she carries down, particularly the width from cycle to cycle. She's a female that carries on down the ground in terms of base width. It's a little awkward off of that mid and hind leg. I don't necessarily think it's that thing because she is flexible, but just a little more simple hop and just a little bit more work and drive, if you will, off of that hind leg. It just takes her a little bit more effort and a little more awkward, but again, not necessarily a bad thing because she is flexible out of her hip and hind leg, but just again, awkward, probably the best way to describe it relative to the group. We got one that's just a little harder doing. She is a long body, long spine female. I think one that's certainly rival that. I think that she doesn't have the haircut, so that gives her the harder doing and harder looking appearance. But just naturally, as you break her down, I think she's one that's big in terms of her circumference of bone. She's one that's stout for overall appearance. And the nice one here is to go in second logically as we look at this class. If we can soften her up and make her a little deeper through her center portion, through her rib cage there, expand her out through her center portion of the body, I think we go ahead and make her a contender. That's a really nice logical second there. Go ahead and congratulate those two exhibitors, please.
The results of our May-on-June show class 1. First place went to Emma Brown with the AP FFA. Second place went to Audrey Murray of the Audrey and Dozen. Next class into the arena is May-on-June Maintainer show class 1. In this class, we have Emma Butler of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. This is the final call for Shorthorn Plus. Second call for Citadel, 87% and up, show class 1. First call for Citadel Foundation, 50 to 86%, show class.
Well, this is a super stylish one that the young man in the hat breaks down here for us. I really like the way this is built. And I asked what her age was and kind of confirmed what I thought. She looks a little more youthful than some of the heifers that came through, and that's true because she's younger. I think she's ready there. So she's one of the younger ones that come through. As we look at her, again, she's big and powerful through her rib cage. That gives her maybe from the side profile that maybe the instinct that she's shorter body, and I don't know if that's necessarily the case because, again, she's got some more growing to do. But she's a feminine feature sort of a female. She's one that certainly has enough stoutness and power to bring her out through her hip. She's got some bone and stuff to match up nicely. Just really stylish, long fronted sort of a female. Young lady's done a nice job with her. Go ahead and congratulate him if you will, please.
The results of our May-on-June Maintainer show class 1. First place went to Emma Butler of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. Next in the arena is our Shorthorn class. In this class, we have Emma Brown of the AP FFA and Dawson Barnett of the Clarksville FFA. Please join me in giving a big extra round of applause to Dawson Barnett today. He is one of our seniors showing, and he has shown for several years through 4-H and FFA. So as this being one of his last years, please give him a big round of applause to show how appreciated for all he's done over the years to make a role model for our younger members.
And then I don't know if this is the last one they bring in, but boy, what a perfect fit to Mandy it is. Influence one is big in terms of her pattern. She's just bold in terms of her uniform. She's a female that's certainly feminine in terms of her character and makeup. She's got some basic character there. She's a white rock and white track. She's running motor with a relative amount of ease. Maybe just ease her up a little bit out of her spine and out of her hip there on the move. But she's stout and powerful and really good body condition. That person's done a great job of managing this one. So good luck to you at your next venture there as you continue on after high school there. One more round of applause for the young gentleman as well. It's important to have role models. We want to try to find people that know what they're doing and know welcome you and share knowledge with you. So thank you to that young person. The young lady brings us one that's more youthful. She's a fall-born by comparison, so she is going to be more youthful. She's one that's feminine in her build. She's one that's long-fronted. She's one that's got some squareness and some angularity about that hip. She's one that's stout and powerful and light about her pin set. And she's got some maturity to her without question. She's a stylish sort of a female. One that certainly got to go to her. And as we maybe bring her back next year, we'll look forward to seeing her grow and progress and develop. But she fits in nicely. She's a nice female young lady brings us. Go ahead and congratulate both of those if you would, please.
The results of our short horn class: first place went to Dawson Barnett of the Clarksville FFA. Second place went to Emma Brown of the AP FFA. Next into the arena, we have our short horn plus class. In this class, we have Dawson Barnett with the Clarksville FFA. Final call for Citadel 87% and up. Second call for Citadel Foundation 50% to 86%. First call for commercial peppers show class 1. This is the final call for Citadel Foundation 50% to 86% show class 1. Second call for commercial peppers show class 1. First call for commercial peppers show class 2.
Here's a highly patient female. She's big in terms of her barrel and center portion of the body. She's a female that has some extra width and dimension out of her skeleton. She's one that's light about her pin set. If you loosen her up off of her structure, each end just kind of gets a little tighter and restricted. A little bit more condition as evidence of the cone pattern up there by her chin head. But the young person's done a good job of getting this one ready and fit and showing for us here today. So congratulations again to you, young man, and we congratulate you on your effort.
The results of our short form class: first place went to Dawson Barnett with the Clarksville FFA. Entering the arena for Citadel 87% and up show class 1 is another one of our great role models and seniors. Please join me in giving Ms. Holywood a big round of applause. She is with the Texas Flag Wire and for several years has shown several different types of projects throughout 4-H. Once again, another great role model for our younger members.
pleasure, so the Wicks family had a couple daughters come to the ed program, or at least they're connected, so it's been fun to get to know that family and spend time with them. So, getting up here, I knew I'd see some familiar faces, and here you are. So, with that, congratulations to you for, miracle meeting tonight. Great job. Brings us a really nice, really feminine, really long fronted, just one of those long spine. She's one that maybe we'd like to see a little more dead body, a little more expansion to the center portion, a little more barrel to the center portion rib cage. But then as you get around behind her, I think she's got plenty of width for her pin set. She's got plenty of width for her cycle, and she tracks that and traces it down to the ground. But a nice sort of feminine female, feminine side of female that she brings. Go ahead and congratulate her if you would, please.
So the results of our Seminole 87% enough show class 1. First place went to Colby Wicks of the Jefferson Line Flyers. Entering the arena is our Seminole Foundation 50% to 86% show class 1. In this class, we have Avery Butler of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. Also in this class, we have Anna Naiman of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. Also, we have Kate Harris of the East Butler Wranglers. At this time, I'd also like to recognize another senior that we have. I'm sure she's in the barn helping her sister Hannah, but Allison Neiman has also been a big participant in 4-H throughout the years at Butler County and has done a great job in many different breeds, helping younger kids understand what they need to do for showing, and has been a great role model. So would you please put your hands together and recognize Ms. Allison Naiman for all the senior work she has done as well. This is the final call for commercial pepper show class 1. Second call and final call for commercial pepper show class 2. For the following start bringing their exhibit to the arena: Eli Nolting, Everly Nolting, Henry Burring, and Bentley Mankey.
This is the best according to my aura ring, my heart is 2 years above my age. Like 2 years younger than what I should be. So I think I'm doing great.
really close as you look at this class. I think this depends on where your priorities lie. And I do really gravitate towards second in this particular class. I like the look and the build of the one in second. But as we look at this effort here that comes in first, and I got around and I looked down to the front end, I think we've got a little more barrel shape, a little more natural width and dimension through the center portion of the body. Yeah, she's heavier conditioned, but she has some more barrel shape through that center portion, and she transitions nicely from a flat shoulder into that forward rib and then comes outward towards that mid rib, and then carries on back nicely in a feminine package. And so she's a female that's just really well built. She's stylish in terms of her makeup. She's one that balances up nicely in the side profile. It does get a little harder to study her because she's not wanting to motor around the ring here. But again, when she does move and you get her to move like that, she does take a nice long stride off that hind leg and she hits her holds, and you have to appreciate that about her. And then we get into this one just a little bit more bold as we said, her power, and again, I gravitated to her. She's just a little bolder and kind of out there in terms of her shoulder, doesn't fit in quite as nicely into her forward, into her mid rib, and as I got around in front, didn't have quite the center portion of the body. You didn't see that downward outward curvature near as I did relative to the class winner. But I do love this one's length of body. I think she definitely has a notch of advantage as we look at the length and extension through her front third and her natural power. She doesn't have the hair coat, so she looks just a little harder, but I think she also looks a little more natural in terms of her setting. And but she's so long bodied that she takes a shorter stride off of that hind leg, so doesn't quite hit her holds. And that's just interesting on a pretty good one in a tough class. So, and then we just got the young man here on that certainly has elements in terms of how she's built. She's one that's certainly stylish. She's beautiful in terms of her appearance. She's one that is stout in terms of her overall makeup and outline. She's a female that just gets a little bigger joint for me relative to the group. Would like to just kind of smooth her up in terms of her joint pattern. I don't think it affects her structure a lot, but that's just kind of an observation relative to the rest of the group is the joint thing. So go ahead and give them a nice round of applause for a really quality set.
The results of our typical foundation 50 to 86% show class 1. First place with the Cavery Lover of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. Second place with Anna Naaman of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. In the arena is our commercial peppers show class 1. In this class we have Eli Nolte of the Jefferson Line Warriors, Everly Nolte of the Jefferson Line Warriors, Ava Johnson of the BB Butlers, J.C. Hewitt of the Monroe Clever Clovers, Emily Murray of the Albany Sandy Dozens, and Bentley Sankey of the Fort Lauderdale Busy Gophers. Once again, this is our commercial peppers show class 1. This is first call for cow calf commercial. First call for cow calf commercial.
Sorry. I think we might have Thank you.
The ribbon's over here.
if they're Butler County areas.
Certainly some differences in terms of breed character, and sometimes when you go through and study groups that are of different breed influences, but this is commercial around here, and that's how we operate, and I think we just kind of take a moment. I certainly applaud the county extension for not requiring the removal of the horns of the Scotties, so that's certainly, Scottish Highland, that's certainly a breed characteristic, and so I think it's a 4-H rule about the deal, but anyhow, I don't get into that. I applaud them for letting them show with the horns on. That's good. That's a breed character. And it's kind of a niche breed. When you look at these Scotties, they've really taken off kind of to some of those pasture to plate sort of types of things, farm to fork types of things. They're a good beef breed and good on small acreages, and they do well on minimal inputs in terms of forage. And so sometimes when you see these Scotties, like in the cute world and the fuzzy world, the hairier the better, and the bigger horns the better, and that's what determines value, and there's really not much logic behind that. However, we're working with beef cattle, and we can tell that the breeder of these cattle pay attention. We're working with beef cattle. We study this female in terms of her products and type of kind. She's one that's big volume, like we've been talking about the females. She's shapely in terms of her hip. And again, keep in mind the Scottish Highlands are designed to be forage animals, so they tend to not be quite as in your face, quite as masculine maybe as some of those continental breeds. And so sometimes they give up some muscle and some shape. But if you look at her, I think she certainly stands her own. She just does all the basics right. And so we just really appreciate that about her. We go into kind of the more conventional one, more of a black-eyed Angus cross, sort of a female that has some robustness and some shape to her center portion. She's one that's got some muscularity. She takes a nice long stride off of that hind leg, and she's powerfully built in terms of her skeleton. Just another nice well-built female. Maybe just not quite as elegant as our class one. I really like the phenotype of our class one. We get into one that's a little bit more refined, a little more feminine. Again, Scottish breed there. She's one that's got some length about her spine. She's one of the voters around the ring. Certainly has some flexibility and some athleticism out of both ends, and you have to appreciate her looseness in terms of her structure. She gets underneath muscle relative to the last one, but given her name, I think she puts herself together. We go into the short horn influence female. Here's one that certainly has the advantage in terms of length of body. I think she certainly has the advantage in terms of length of hip. We need to go ahead and see this a little more power through her center portion and her rib cage. Pull her apart a little bit through that center portion, drop her up in the rib cage. With a nice female there. And then rounding things out, one that is certainly practical in terms of her makeup. She's long in terms of her front end. She's feminine in terms of her build. She just gives up too much muscle and condition as we compare her relative to the group. With a nice set of females there, and that commercial vision, go ahead and get them around the clock.
The results of our commercial effort show Class 1. Our winner was Everly Nolte of the Jefferson Line Wire. Second place was Bentley Banky of the Full Water Deep City Gophers. In junior arena, we have our commercial effort show Class 2. In this class, we have Emery Beckers of the Shell Rock Rockets, Eve Wicks of the Jefferson Line Wires, Caleb Rosenthal. Once again, give Kayla a big round of applause. She is one of our seniors. She has been a member of the Shell Rock Rockets for a very long time. And Tate Harris of the East Butler Wranglers. Second call for cow calf commercial. Second call for cow calf commercial.
Certain priorities of the look at muscle, volume, structure, and all those, how we want to rate it, where we're going to place it, to the extent we're going to place. That kind of been going, I've always been a fan of the more modern framework. A little more rational, so still feminine and refined enough in this particular. Really like repeating leg placement relative to the rest of the group. Relative to the rest of the group here, this is well put together with given circumstances. So she's the one that's clear winners in terms of, to me, just in terms of overall completeness. Okay? Then we get a little more bigger frame, she's one that you can certainly gravitate to, and I certainly did when she came in. Relative to the rest of the group, she's one that's long spine. She's one that's long from hooks to pins. She's a female that's robust and rugged in terms of her stoutness. She's one that has the notch and advantage in terms of structural correctness, probably at least with the skeleton relative maybe to our top one, but she likes the muscle as well, so you can expect that. When we get a female here, I really just like the rear shape of this one. I like how she's built. I like how she weighs progressively in terms of the rear. She's a female in feminine and refined in terms of her traits and her character. She just kind of gets out of work, so we just have a lover. Another remaining down here, we have one that anyway does a nice job right here. It's sound practical sort of a female. One that has the circumference of hood to her. She's one that motors around the ring and has some athleticism. That's the type of kind that you can really build a herd off of, and I certainly hope that young lady does. Just giving up some of the extra character and makes her look nice, so relative to the technical work, but certainly nice. Go ahead and get involved in the round of applause.
The results of our commercial pepper show class 2. First place with a new list of the Jefferson Line Wire. Second place with the state hairs of the East Butler Wranglers. We are now going to pick a champion and third champion commercial pepper. From our show class 1, we need to have Everly Nolte enter the arena. She's with the Jefferson Line Wires. Bentley and keep me in the holding area ready to go. We need from show class 2, Keith Wicks from the Jefferson Line Wires with Tate Harris in the holding area. We are picking a champion and reserve champion commercial pepper. This is the final call for our cow pack. Final call for our cow pack. After our cow pack, class will be picking a supreme female, a reserve supreme female, a third place overall, fourth place overall, and fifth place overall, along with a Butler County champion and a reserve champion heifer.
perfectly fit right in. That's the right side. She's one that's big center portion. She's one that has some volume to her. She has some shape out of her hip, get around behind her. She's wide for her pin set, takes that on down to the side of the basically. And she's loose in her skeleton. And so just really have to appreciate her moderation. Again, I like modern frame cattle because modern frame cattle are easy keepers. And so always have kind of gravitated towards them. So really appreciate her build and kind of her breed and what that represents. We get into the black female next one that next commercial class. She's one that's certainly elongated out of her front third. She's one that's got an advantage in terms of the length of body. She's got plenty of turn, as we said, around her lower quarter. She's a female that is bold and powerfully constructed. Still be a breeding female. Maybe not quite as comfortable off of her hip and hind leg as we said earlier compared to our Scotty, but two high quality females that I get to choose from, and I get to make a tough choice, and so I certainly appreciate that from a gender standpoint. Go ahead and give them a round of applause, and we'll pick the two that suit it. What you see, what you did, no real extra hair coat or anything like that. I do like how long she is in her pins. I think she certainly poses that advantage. Not quite as long and elegant and tucked for her front end, but that's okay. In the cattle business, when we turn cows out, we certainly, that's a trait that's least important to me because I need cattle to have a little bit of front end to them because that's how we're going to dissipate heat. Maybe pay attention this summer, some of your old show efforts that are just zipper front end. When you first to the shade tree, and the last to breed. And so there's a reason for that because they have a problem dissipating heat. And so I know we talk a lot about length of front and everything and elegance in terms of presence, but really, what we really need is we just want them to be feminine. She gets a little bit older about her head and neck structure, but that's just kind of nitpicking here in a nice close group. Kind of depends on which direction you want to go, but I do like, we talked a lot of good things about this particular heifer here, so we're going to go ahead and use her.
Our champion commercial heifer goes to Everline Multi of the Jefferson Line Wires. Our reserve champion commercial heifer goes to Eve Wicks of the Jefferson Line Wires. Entering the arena next. We have Mark Colvin of the Jefferson Line Flyers. We have Keila Rosendahl of the Shell Rock Rockets. And J.C. Hewitt of the Rose Covered Flowbirds. After this class, we will be picking a Supreme female, a reserve, a third, fourth, and fifth. All three champions and reserves, please start making your way to the arena for the Supreme Final Drive. All purebred and reserves, start making your way to the arena for our final drive for the Supreme Female. This is the last call for all champions and reserves to make their way to the arena for the final drive for the Supreme Network. This red color female, she's like, well, she had the Scottish Finals number like a moment ago, and so, I mean, if you make them like that, you're doing the right thing, and so, again, the more information you have, the better you like these females. Like she's one that's just good with sound in terms of her makeup, and you look at her rudder, and she's just you look at all four quadrants, and they're all four facing the ground, they're not pitched out or down, they're all even in shape for that cap to get latched on, and that's kind of the convenience trade. We pay more attention to the league business unless we like starter caps. And so, tremendous outline, tremendous cutter. From this female, we look at the nice hands and cap
slipped off the ears as well. I mean, that's another trait we probably don't pay enough attention to, you know, thinking the show ring, we want all this hair. Well, yeah, but in the production realm, we want them to slip off like that because we can work on it. So it's a nice fancy set there to lead off with. And then, obviously, I gravitate towards this red female. She's one that's stout and powerfully constructed and really does match maybe some of the heifers that we've seen here today. I mean, the picking today is real masculine and stout about her kid, but yet I think still refined enough, feminine enough in terms of her character. She's a long body female. She's one that, again, if you study her feet structure, she's one that has all four quadrants spaced down. She's got a nice long feet to her, one that can't seem to have any trouble latching onto. She's seen her next big top bull calf this year. We certainly appreciate the breeding decision that was made there and what was done. And it's really a nice job by that young person in selecting and improving upon the next generation. That's a good gap, and hopefully we'll see next year. So nice job by that group. And then we've got one that's really functional. She's one that's long spine. She's one that has long hips. She's one that has some angularity about her. She maybe just needs us to set a course and relative to the cattle that are above her, certainly. She's got a nice fancy heifer cap on her. And again, not to take anything away from her, I think that as we look and study what needs to happen in terms of these cattle, in terms of how that udder is shaped and meaning straight, in terms of having that pinch down, straight down, feet and quadrant, so that the calf can latch on. She's one that fits right in as far as that goes. Just gives us some overall soundness and quality and looking ideal relative to the other group. But really, really nice set of heifers, and I think you can sort them in a multitude of ways to get information. Go ahead and congratulate them for a nice track play.
Our champion cow cat goes to Caleb Rosendahl of the Shellrock Rockets. Second place for our reserve champion cow cat goes to Mark Mormon of the Jefferson Line Wires. We are now going to start our final drive for the Supreme Female. In the arena from the Angus class, we need opening three. From the intermediate class, we have Mason Johnson of the Butler Wranglers. And Oakley Ruby is with the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. From the Hereford class, we have Adrian Garrett with the Butler Babies. From the full Hereford class, we have Harper Garrett with the Butler Babies. From the Maine Jew, Maine Angus Show, we have Anna Butler from the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. From the Maine Jew Show Class 1, we have Emma Brown from the Holly and Dandy Dozen. From the Maine Jew Maintainer Class, we have Anna Butler of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. From the Shorthorn class, we have Jonathan Burnett of the Clarksville FFA. From the Shorthorn Plus class, we have Dawson Barnett with the Clarksville FFA. From the Cynical 87% Nutshell class, we have Colby Wicks of the Jefferson Line Wires. From the Cynical Foundation 50 to 86% class, we have Avery Butler of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock class. And from our commercial heifers, we have our champion Everly Nolte from the Jefferson Line Wires. From our cow cat class, we have Taylor Rosenthal of the Shellrock Rockets. This is our Supreme Female Final Drive. Once again, we will be reading a Supreme Female, a Reserve Supreme Female, 3rd place overall, 4th place overall, and 5th place overall.
Best thing to do is once we do get to that point, I'll just go ahead and strike one and then pick our champion when we get to that point. So I do want to pause for a moment and just say thank you for the invitation to come up here and work with your youth today and try to get them better and reach them a little bit. And so appreciate that opportunity to come up here and again, as an ag instructor, I get to get back now on the chair at one of the leagues at the community college level. And when I was your age, that was definitely not something that I set my mind on. And so just be open to your career path as it comes through. Good things will happen that you work hard and show up. And so those are some good lessons, and certainly showing livestock instills those lessons in terms of creating a schedule and be where you say you're going to be because others are depending on you. And so love the lessons that livestock certainly teaches our youth. judge. And I'll assure you, I'll remember, you might have to remind me, refresh my memory, but I love talking cattle, I love talking kind of different things, and that's how you learn. Every show you should learn something different, you should get a little bit better. And so finding those people that have done it, so the other person that had down there, kind of been here a long time, and young under his wing and kind of help them and help the next generation. And so that's really what it's all about. And so as I look at the quality of the cattle and the quality of the exhibitors that are here, I mean, the youth and the ladies are strong here in Butler. And so we support Allison, and so we certainly commend that. And you know, Sam, with all due respect, I didn't know your dad, but I don't have to. When I see this, this is where it's at, and it's all in part to him. And I know he's smiling down. There's a little ray of sunshine right now. I saw it, and he's smiling down, knowing that the cattle are good. The cattle and the youth are both in good here up in this county, and certainly left that way. And we look forward to more in the future. So with that, give all these young people a round of applause. We left the second place winners kind of out back. We'll bring them in as they come through here. But I said, as we go through and pick the top five, I think we just go ahead and describe ones that you see out here in the group. And that's not to take anything away from the rest of the group. We heard the talk as they went through the singular classes, and I think that's just only fair we've kind of done that. So let's get some extra attributes to those that are going to get a top five here. And so there's a female out here that when you just strip it down to the basics, does all the things right. She's one that's feminine in terms of her character. She's one that's boldly strong about her rib cage. She's one to get around behind her. I think she's certainly got enough skeletal width and dimension to get around behind her. And I think where she really excels in this particular group is her soundness. She's got plenty of reach and grab out of that front end. She's got plenty of reach and grab out of that hip and hind leg. And she holds that spine together dead level. We're going to go ahead and use this heifer right here.
Our grand champion supreme female is Oakley Ruby with the Butler County 4-H Mile Drive Livestock Club. Entering the arena is Mason Johnson from that class. Mason is with the East Butler Ramblers.
One that's long spine relative to the rest of the group. She's one that's long about her hip. She's one that sets down with some stoutness and some circumference of bone. She's got that feminine look and that feminine idea to her. Just a really quality female in this particular group. She's offers that, to me, in my opinion, of our champion, maybe just in a bigger outline and a bigger silhouette. We'll use this center right here.
Our reserve champion supreme member goes to Mason Johnson of the East Butler Ramblers.
about, in a breeding class, we talk about volume, we talk about structural correctness, muscle, of course, is top of line because these are beef cattle, and it all depends on how you and depending on what market segment you are in the industry, like dictate what priorities and preferences that you have. And so, as we go through, we look at the remaining cattle again, a lot to choose from, a lot of different directions we can go. Choose to go next with a female. She's feminine for her front third, she's feminine headed. She's one that's stout and powerful and robust for her hip structure. She's one that's soft in terms of her makeup. And with the group, we made sure we had a way to knock the body forward just a little bit. But I think out here in this particular group, she certainly holds her own, and she's certainly well deserving of her.
Our third overall goes to of the 18th FFA. Entering the arena is Audrey Murray of the Audi Theater Dozen.
Do this. This side.
So again, it's tight in this crowd here. You stand out. But I had the ability to kind of circle because I just wanted to press my lineup to make sure that this effort did have enough reach for a high move. And that certainly confirmed it that she does. And she likes you're going to kind of pick it on all day. Just in terms of center, in terms of stoutness and power out of her hip, yet still maintaining that fine look, still looking like a female, and having some of that feminine character. She's wedge shaped, progressively deeper to her back third, comparatively to her front third, and I think she's just logical, so we will use her.
Our fourth overall goes to Avery Butler of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive 4-H Club. Excuse me, the Final Drive Livestock Club. Entering the arena is Anna Mason with the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club.
So we go out and start to select kind of the final, the fifth overall here. But before I do, I'll mention a couple others here that certainly are in contention, and we say the ones for last year. But this effort here comes out of the Angus division, a tough division, and she's one that certainly fits the bill. We talked about her having that extra stoutness and that power. Shapely out of her hip, and she is one that's stout and powerful. And with the role here today, I can certainly get behind using one like that. And then the young man in the hat here, I guess I gravitate to this one here. She's just bold, and she's one that's beautiful in terms of her appearance. She's probably one of the only ones out here because she was a bay, and all the rest of them, I think, were older than that. And you can see that in her in terms of her youthfulness. But she's one that's a high volume female. Really like her look, really like her style, her profile. Right behind her, I think she's funny, stout, yet feminine, and what I really draw to this one here is she's just the right kind of shape for one that you like to see. And I just love her moderation. She's just a moderate frame female. I'm attracted to more moderate frame cattle just because they're easier to do. They tend to take less inputs. And so I really want to mention that one as well. And then as we get out in here for mention for fish overall, we got one here, another stout, powerful female, one that doesn't have quite a soft hair coat that the other cattle do, but every bit as good as we just strip it down to the basics. She's a high volume female. She's a long spine one. She's one that we thought maybe wanted to make her a notch longer in her step. She just a notch shorter strided, if I remember correctly. The best, she was a long body one, and you tend to get that another high quality sort of female. And so, for me, I just kind of tend to gravitate towards this cow-calf pair. We talked about how she slips off nicely. She's got a beautiful hair coat. As we look at her body condition score, she's certainly adequate. She's doing workout here, and you can see that in a nice feminine-looking heifer that she passed down. And this cow here, she's working, okay? If we think about cows and what they have to do for us, okay? Cows not full grown until she's 4 years of age. So they're actively growing, they're actively gestating, and they're nursing at the same time. And as a producer, it's up to us to balance body condition score. And so when this calf comes off this fall, she probably will be a notch skinnier than what she is now. We're probably feeding her harder for show and everything, but she'll be a notch skinnier, and that's okay because that's what we try to do is we knock body condition score off of them, and then we have a full winter time to kind of put it back on before they calve again and do work. But I tend to gravitate towards this cow-calf pair again. There's something about her. I like her shape. We talk about how they need to be shaped. She's feminine-headed, first of all, long-term feminine-headed. She's got enough feminine in there that kind of keeps her functional, and I appreciate that. She's big and powerful through her center portion, and she's just got that maternal look to her, and she passed that on to her nice fancy heifer calf. I gotta go ahead and use this one right now.
This overall goes to Caleb Rosendahl, the Shamrock Rockets. We are now going to take a Butler County born and raised. So those of you in the arena with Butler County born and raised, please remain. sponsored by Bob C. and in memory of Jimmy August. A reserve Supreme female with the Mason Johnson of the East Butler Ramblers. He is receiving a banner sponsored by Myrna and Hawaii. He is also receiving a banner sponsored by Lincoln Savings Bank. Third overall went to Emma Brown of the AP FFA. She is receiving a banner sponsored by the Butler County Cattlemen. Fourth overall went to Avery Lovren of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. She is receiving a banner sponsored by Butler County Cattlemen. Fifth place overall went to Kayla Rosedale. She is receiving a banner sponsored by our Butler County Cattlemen. Please give our Final Drive winners another big round of applause. We now are having a class between our champion Butler County born and raised.
That cleared out a little bit there, but this is the Butler County race, and so what a great class this is to be born and raised in the county. So again, the county and the cattle are strong up here, and it's much appreciated from a judge's perspective. Seeing these kind of cattle stay in the ring when it comes to this particular division. So let's give another round of applause. We'll pick a champion for county.
In the arena for this class, we have Mason Johnson with his Angus, and then Lovern with his Maintainer, Everly Nolte with her Commercial Heifer, and Dawson Barnett with his Shorthorn Plus. And then Lovern of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club is your reigning champion for your Butler County born and raised. Reserve goes to Nathan Johnson of the East Butler Wrangler. Once again, our champion Butler County born and raised goes to and Lovern. He is with the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. He is receiving a banner sponsored by Landers Alford's Insurance Agency and one sponsored by Plainfield Hartsville Vet. Our reserve champion is Mason Johnson of the East Butler Ramblers. He is receiving a banner sponsored by Barnett Excavating and Trucking and another banner sponsored by Ben and Jess Lovern family. Please give our Butler County born and raised champions a big round of applause. We will be taking a short break so that we can get our pictures taken in the picture area. There is the inside area and the outside area.
Okay.
This is our first call for the bucket bottle cap meeting through third grade. First call.
I'm like, Emma, I've been talking to people this whole time. It's your turn. She goes, do you actually want to hand them the cards? Size of my big toe. Little foot warmer. They have no clips. Just as weird as it. Honestly, there's one thing I wish they could do with the tire. Fix the adjustable waistband. My hips are bigger than my waist. Elastic with the body. Let me. There's some. Who is in charge of if you have to make my guess would be
No, because we don't even track right now. Not for grades. Not yes, correct. Because we weighed her as a commercial, right? We showed her as a commercial. We showed her. So yes, because you showed her as a group, right? We don't track her. And that's there because it automatically fills in because you weigh them in. Yeah.
But in the fair thing, that's way in. You're fine.
That's a question for this next year.
I raised that.
I would ask right now. I don't know for sure. My rules like somebody else. So I would ask the extension office and have them extend. Yeah. Because I don't know for 100%.
I'm not going to say anything now. I'll just be quiet, and maybe they'll give you a free little donation.
Okay.
Like the optimism. They have, the stickers have. When you walk by, especially because this is like mini for a little bit. The dog you're talking to.
Just coming in? All right. Go get them, okay? All right.
Hey, Katie, any idea if Gene brought her bucket bottles? But they're free. Because she qualifies for like little clovers to participation, Eden would actually like get the premium for her
4th through 12th grade. This is first call for returning bucket bottle cap. First call for returning bucket bottle cap. Okay. This is the final call for bucket bottle caps 4th through 12th grade. This is the second call for returning bucket bottle caps. First call, market efforts. First call, market efforts. We are going to start with our bucket bottle cap class. In this class, we have 16 entries. Our first one is Claire Portis of the Monroe Feather Clovers, Lil Portis of the Monroe Feather Clovers, Dakota Wilson of the Butler County 4A Farm Livestock Clover Kids, Dakota Wilson, Eli Swanson of the Butler County 4A Child Livestock Club, Ashley Ruby of the Butler County 4A Child Livestock Club, Ellie Cullen of the Shell Rock Rockers, Clover Kids, Macy Johnson of the East Butler Ramblers, Riley Sankey of the Coldwater Davy Busy Clovers, Clover Kids, Ivy Leckie of the Coldwater Davy Busy Clover Kids, Sheila Boland of the Jackson Lucky Clovers, Clover Kids, Dawson Portis of the Monroe Feather Clover Kids, Lindsay Litter of the Coldwater Davy Busy Clover Kids, Ryder Litter of the Coldwater Davy Busy Clover Kids, Malachi Murray of the Albies, Go-Getters Clover Kids, Maria Murray of the Albies Clover Kids, and Sawyer Zimmerman of the Coldwater Davy Busy Clover Kids. This is the final call for returning bucket bottle caps. Second call for market effort. First call for breeding market steer plaintiffs.
This is encouraging to see we've got 14 in here in bucket bobcats. You guys are the next generation, so I want to encourage you to find some of the older youth and learn from them and see how you can get some of their tips and tricks. So what I'm going to do is I'll come up and I'd like to have you get on the microphone and get a little bit of speaking and you know, like I tell my students there at DMAC, we want you to be comfortable in being uncomfortable, okay? And what I mean by that is usually public speaking makes people uncomfortable. That's okay, that's a normal thing. And believe it or not, I was quite shy and can't believe I do what I do today because I turned this red as Opie and not talking. So, but part of that is just working that muscle and building it. And so, we're going to do a little bit of public speaking in here today. I think that's good. And so, if you want to just tell me your name and if there's anything that you think is special about your cat, okay? So, your name, anything special. It can be his name, what he eats, any special tricks if they lay down or you train them to kick the gut or something like that. You can tell me that ahead of time, we appreciate it. But, no, so if you could tell me your name and something special about your cat, okay? What's your name? Will, and what's something special about your cat? You can cat explain that. Will, congratulations. Let's congratulate Will, please. And your name, young lady? And Dawson, what special tricks does your cat have? Very nice. Yeah, very nice companion animals, aren't they?
Did it like that.
Yeah, I like to cozy up to a nice day in the afternoon. Give a round of applause to Dawson. And what's your name, young lady? Claire, what's something special about your cat? Thanks. How about a nice round of applause for Claire? And I think this is South Island. No, okay. So, what is your name? Dakota, what is your cat? What's something special about your cat? Grinch? Did he Christmas, did he? He did? Oh my goodness. I'm going to go home and check my stocking. All he's going to find is full, I'll tell you that. Yeah. Alright, how about a round of applause, please? Oh, I'm sorry, your name. Dakota, yes. Dakota, round of applause for Dakota. And what's your name? Briley, what is some special trick that your cat has? Not wanting to walk. Very good, yeah. Sometimes I'm like that. So how about a round of applause for Briley, please? Ivy. So Ivy, what's something special about your cat? She is kind, she looks kind. Yeah, you do a nice job working. Good. When you get older, then your recall just kind of goes to the top. Anyway, Ivy, how about a round of applause, please? And sir, how about you? And Sawyer, what is something special about your cat? Show me, I don't believe you. A round of applause for Sawyer. Alright. That takes some thought, that takes some practice. How about your name? Ellie, what's a talent that your cat has? Deep grass, very good, very good. He's a ruminant, yeah, he likes deep grass. How about a round of applause for Ellie, please? And number 25, what's your name? And Lindley, what's a special thing that your cat has? Like the cuddle. Oh, perfect. All right, he looks cuddly. How about a round of applause for Lindley and her cat? And how about you, sir? And what's a special talent, Riker? Very good, right here. All right, how about a round of applause? How about you, young lady? Bird, yeah. What's the special trick besides eating humans? Yeah, all right. That's a nice cat. You did a nice job. How about a round of applause for Bird, please? Eli, what's the special? You got a nice looking cat here. Eli, what's the special trick?
She likes to lick.
You like to lick? Yeah, you've been working with her. I can tell you've been working with her. You're going to take her anywhere to go?
Yeah, I'm going to take a couple of photos.
Eli, please. And how about you? What's your name? Malachi. Oh, this is another people leader. Uh-oh. Malachi, what's a favorite thing? What's a trick that your cat does?
He likes to follow me on me.
She follows you? Probably wants a bottle, huh? All right. How about a nice round of applause, please? How are you? Macy, what is a special trick that your cat can do?
He likes to go down.
Macy, how about a round of applause, please? Hey, yeah, so this is the body factory, so we don't necessarily replace them, we just, in this division, want to get them used to coming in here and having a project and having something to take care of, and then talking to a judge, and so we completed all of our missions, so we want to do that. Let's send them out with a nice round of applause.
It is a full menu of lots of different options.
We're gonna have follow the leader out to the gate, okay? Ooh, careful the phone. Okay. Come around this way, you're okay. There you go. Now you're just gonna walk out the gate. There you go. Go around, go right out, okay? Go up. 30 seconds before I make this call. It's been more than 30 seconds. See? Imagine those cars. I think they deserve a round of applause. And the littles are always kind of business. You just got James crossed off. Okay. Hadley Ruby was also a scratch in the first one.
Bree Market Steer Angus. Second call for Bree Market Steer Angus. First call for Bree Market Steer Charlotte. This livestock show arena has hosted generations of livestock exhibits, 4-H and FFA competitions, and countless memories for families throughout Butler County. After decades of service and 2 complete post replacements, the arena is showing its age, and now has a critical need that requires attention. It is time to history arena the makeover it deserves. The renovation project will include replacing the siding, roof, and support posts, while also improving safety, accessibility, and airflow to ensure this facility can continue hosting livestock and everything for many years to come. We're excited to announce that the Iowa State Bank is matching donations dollar for dollar up to $50,000 through the end of July. If this arena has been part of your family's fair story and you'd like to help preserve it for future generations, please stop by the treasurer's office to learn how you can be a part of this historical project. Thank you for supporting the Butler County Fair and the future generations of this great facility. This is the last call for breed marks here, Angus. Final call for breed marks here, Angus. Second call for breed marks here, Charlotte. Second call, breed marks, Charlotte. First call for breed marks here, Hooper.
We got a returning back bobcat. This one's named Peanut Butter. So the peanut butter tastes great in the neighborhood. He's done a nice job of feeding this one. He's got some muscle, he's got some milk. He's done a nice job. Let's go ahead and congratulate her, please.
First place of the Butler County Unauthorized Livestock Club. Last in the arena is Margaret Pepper, Harper Swanson of the Butler County 4-H Unauthorized Livestock Club. Coleman of the Jefferson Line Wires. This is on Margaret Pepper class. This is final call for Margaret Smear Charlotte. Second call for Margaret Smear Hooper. First call for Margaret Smear Short Corner Plus.
Why is that? That AP thing? My nose isn't quite.
And of course, there's a large difference between weights. And so weight is one
Just
thing,
ask
surely is another. Those two are separate. growth and development. They're separate. So they can be big and still be right, and they can be small and still be right. And so this is more of a moderate frame, and as I look at her, because she's certainly right in terms of condition, she's right in terms of muscularity. She's a little more comfortable around the ring and studying that first half. The end brings this one, she's being a little bit together. It's really hard to get a look at her when they don't want to stand like that, but anyhow, she's a stout, powerfully constructed female, one that's big and wide for her hip and her pin set. But
Going
she's
too
so long
marked,
body that she didn't take quite as easy to the side and didn't quite fill her tracks. And so those are just some things that I noticed was the moderation and maybe a little bit of difference in the structure there as we go through the ring. But both powerfully constructed females that have certainly been fed to a maturity, and we certainly anticipate them to great choice and game on the ring. So I know as you look at them, two different directions, and a person sitting in the seat of a packing house, they're going to gravitate towards the bigger one because it costs the same amount of money on the smaller one as the big one. I come from the family farm side of things, the farm and fork side of things. I like to keep it more moderate, so 1200 pound works for me is fine. Go ahead and give them a round of applause, please.
The results from our upper class. First place with the Harper Swanson of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. Second place was the Mark Bolden of the Jefferson Live Warriors. And our next is our English show class 1, 3 conference here. And in this class we have Caitlin Ruby. She is with the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. This is the final call for breeding markets here for second call for breeding markets here short horn class. First call for crossbred markets here, show class 1. First call for crossbred markets here, show class 1.
1,360 pounds here. This Black Angus really represents the breed well when you study. He's a high volume, high capacity sort of individual. One with a really nice silhouette, one with a really nice head. You see this little soundness and bass with as we travel into the ground, but I think he certainly represents the breed well. And I think as you go on and hopefully thinking about taking it to other places, state fair and otherwise, he certainly be intention there to be taking on to other things, being national, certainly can go on and do well there. So I hope that's in your consideration. This Catholic standards competition. Go ahead and give this your first round of applause.
The results of our breeding markets here in this class. First place was the Casey Ruby of the Butler County 4-H and Drive Livestock Club. Next into the arena is our breeding markets here, Charlotte. Entering this class is Weston Jensen. Weston Jensen is one of our seniors that we are celebrating today. He has been involved in our county territory for many years. He's been another great role model that our youngsters have had to look up to. Please give Weston Jensen a big round of applause for all his years of glory.
certainly a high credibility one that represents the Charolais breed, I think, really well. Of course, the Charolais are a continental breed. They're a bigger breed, later maturing, and you look at him, so he's 1,400 and some pounds, which he needs that weight to be mature, and that's just a result of the breed that he is, to be a continental breed like Charolais. Charolais were originally draft animals overseas over in France, and so those bigger animals, stouter animals, heavier muscles, we brought them over to the United States to add child muscle to the smaller, more moderate British breeds that we already have over here, such as James and Solomon, and really, really good Charolais here. He's one of the Southern power, big, square, he's one of the fastest turn with a hind leg, he's one that gets around the motors, and it's just a real high quality kind of cow. And he said he's going to go to state fair with him, and I certainly think he can hold his own there. So go ahead and congratulate the young person.
The results of our breeding market steer Charolais class, our winner goes to Weston Jensen of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. Entering the arena, our next class is breeding market steer preferred. In this class, we have Bruce Stickley with the Albion Go-Getters. This is the final call for market steer Shorthorn Plus. Second call for crossbred market steer show class 1. First call for market steer show class 2.
Okay, great, thanks.
Really nice Hereford. I asked the in-person if he's going anywhere. Can't be a 20 entry in today's competition. He said he's going to internationals here in week. We really love to see that. We've got a lot of them that are traveling this summer going to internationals, so we wish them safe travel. This guy right here, he's motor. He's one that's very athletic in terms of his skeleton. He represents that Hereford breed really well as a study one. He's made like you think a Hereford would be made. He's one that's robust about his set of portions. He's one that's rugged in terms of his makeup. He gets around the man, he likes to see a little more pendant. That's a Hereford thing. But he does carry that softness from cycle to cycle and that width to the ground. But I do really like how sound he is. I like the bark on him. He's got plenty of even cover and finish if you put your hand on him. Really well done by this young person. Go ahead and congratulate him if you would, please.
The results of our breeding market steer for first class. First place went to Bruce Stickley of the Albion Go-Getters. Next into the arena is our market steer Shorthorn Plus. In this class, we have Harvard Swanson of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. J.C. Cuban of the Monroe Feather Clovers. Once again, this is our Shorthorn Plus. This is final call for crossbred market steer show class 1. Second call for crossbred market steer show class 2. First call for crossbred market steer show class 3. Also, once again, after the showmanship classes, the Fair Board is sponsoring a junior Kiwi show for those students in showmanship that have spent time in the barn with siblings that are in 4-H or FFA but then themselves are not old enough to show in the arena. Each participant will get a ribbon and a hall ticket. So if you can find an exhibitor to help you for the Kiwi show or showmanship, you may do so after the showmanship classes for the food show.
field grade, quality grade, or separate, they're just kind of standards that we touch upon, and not for the time, but we have an acceptable rate, so it goes along there, it's just a little more, we need a little more credibility, tell them more each one that you put a hand, your hand on it, you a little more well done, a little more right, as well, or even in terms of how that lays over itself, and we get a little more traditional, and show more the road, also just one with white, with kids that, necessarily transition that down to the ground. He does have a wide base rate, so we would like to see that, some more credibility on that nice issue that he did there. But he has to demonstrate game and congratulations, hopefully, please go ahead and congratulate them on the way out.
The results of our short one last class. First place went to J.C. Hewitt with his rose-colored clovers. Second place went to Barbara Swanson with the Butler County 4-H Firefly Livestock Club. Very pleased to announce we have our crossbred Martin Steer Show Class 1. In this class, we have Wes Swanson of the Butler County 4-H Firefly Livestock Club. Casey Ackerman of the Butler County 4-H Firefly Livestock Club. Blake Combs of the Albany Go-Getters. Brody Weddington of the Butler. Mason Johnson of the East Butler Wranglers. This is our crossbred market steer show class 1. Final call for our market steer show class 2. Second call for our market crossbred show class 3.
constructed all the way from front to rear. He's got a big old top wing. He carries that back to a wide pin set. He's really wide through his cycle muscle. He's one that balances up nicely with the side profile. He's a captain. You put your hands on him, and he's the heaviest in the group here. He's still got a ways to go, but that's okay because this is the first class here, so one of the lightweight, not necessarily the divisions, the lighter classes there as we go through. But as you put your hands on him, he feels good up top, and as you go down low, he starts to get just a little bit more like he needs more time. So that's my only pick on one like that, given the size and everything. We got some growth to go. Really like that cat. We got another one here that doesn't have quite the hair coat. Not as quite as nicely fitted or presented because of that. But one that is really pulled apart in terms of the center portion of the body. He's one that's got some actual muscularity about him as you see him coming out of his run. He's got this little quarter about his waist, and that is a little quarter look. But he does look around the ring with another easy relative to the group here. He holds his own platform relatively. Next guy here, one that's just big feature, one that's big bone, big wood. He looks like a fast steer. He's starting to mature as you look at him. He's looking like that fat deposition through his rib cage. He's starting to get even full. He's probably going to fill out from front to back on the bottom. But he's coming out nice where he's supposed to. He's got probably enough muscle, he's looking at what he needs to have. He just needs more to impact someone to love him. And then we get one that's without question the prettiest here in the group. He's got a number from the farm working on this hair coat. He's a cat that is very pretty sided, very stylish. He's a cat that gives up muscle and overall red meat product that we compare things to and love. Go ahead and give him a round of applause, please.
The results of your crossbred market steer show class 1. First place went to Mason Johnson of the East Butler Wranglers. Second place went to Brody Wennicky of the Coldwater Dayton City Gophers. Into the arena, this is our crossbred market steer show class 2. First into the arena is Hannah Brantley. She is one of our seniors that we like to celebrate with everybody today. Hannah has also been an active participant for several years in 4-H. So please give Hannah a huge round of applause for all she's done to help our younger people learn well. She is with the Butler County 4-H Final Bride Livestock Club. Next is another senior that we are going to celebrate as well. Cindy has been in 4-H and the barns for a very long time, and I've watched her over the years personally help anybody who asks for it. So please give our senior Cindy Butler a big round of applause. She is also with the Butler County 4-H Final Bride Livestock Club. Also in this class we have Mark Coleman with the Jefferson Livewires, Weston Jensen of the Butler County 4-H Final Bride Livestock Club, Savannah Hummel of the East Butler Wranglers, and Jackson Hummel of the East Butler Wranglers. This is a final call for our crossbred markets here. Final call for our crossbred markets here, class 3. Photos, and then we'll go right into our showmanship classes. Showmanship will start with the senior showman. That is for anyone who has completed the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. Followed by the intermediate showmanship class. That is for anyone who has finished the 7th and 8th grade. We'll end our week show with the junior showmanship class. That is for anyone who has finished the 4th, 5th and 6th grade. Also, this is another reminder for any younger audience participants or siblings to participants that are in the exhibit today for the beach show. This is a Pee Junior Showmanship class sponsored by the Fair Board. This is for those who have spent time in the barn but do not meet the age requirement to be part of the 4-H program yet. We are going to have a Pee show. All you need to do is find an exhibitor. You'll be able to bring it out into the arena and walk it around a little bit, set it up, have some fun, and take part in the Pee show.
Well, they said that the spiritual numbers were really light, but they said there's really good ones in this cross spread deal, and they're right. So really good set quality on it. And when they first came in, I obviously didn't really necessarily know or have a preference. You certainly see some differences, but as you study, they kind of start to sort themselves. This cap here, without question, in terms of this pattern, the type and the kind of is highly fit, highly presented, and well taken care of. But in terms of just his skeleton and his robustness, he's one that's really chill throughout his look. He's one that you put his hands on, he's certainly right in terms of how he handles. He's adaptable, he's highly fit, highly presented, and provides some of those extras. And you just have to appreciate the way one like that is built and really packaged. So nice job there, lady. And then a very close second, you know, like kind of you do a toss up, maybe somewhat in your head, because the change off is when you put your hands on this particular cap. I guess what he's surprised is just how well he is, you know, cover when we do put your hands on him. That's just kind of what makes you wonder what we do. But again, good job. It's a nice clean finish that he's got. It's going to get the good job of getting there. But he's one that's really robust in the south feature. He's one that's wide legs. He's got plenty of legs, but he holds himself together really, really well. I think he just doesn't have quite the credibility that our classroom does. When we get into this white sock cap, certainly one that is just about as stout as they come. He's one that has a good view from the side profile. He's one that gets better by the shoulder. He gets force around his joints. But he is one that is very stout and very naturally powerful. And he rivals the credibility every bit of that of our classroom. When you put your hands on him, it's not quite nice, neat, painful finish as you put your hands on it. But he certainly holds his own in this particular class. Other than any here, we've got one that's not rugged in terms of his bone. We've got one big in terms of the circumference. I think you get around the eye. We've got one excel with the dimension. That kid does a great job of getting set up. He's like to give you the best look possible. He's here as we study kind of above it. Just need a little bit more shot of everything as we study in comparison to the cattle. But really, really like that cat. He's done a nice job with it. We come in here, another high credibility here. One is very shapely out of his rear. He's one that's very full and very south feature. As you look at him, just in terms of his joint package, he gets a little bit coarse, and he does look coarse. He's got that arm-looking hair to him that gives him that coarse look. But the young man's done a nice job of feeding. Maybe just a little bit more time there. You do put your hands on him again. Like we talked about one of the lighter weight classes, as you get down low, you can start to feel a little more bear weight. These cattle finish in front, back, top, and bottom, so as you feel lower, you should be able to feel that rib. So that's my critique on that one, but that's a pretty nice cat. He's done a nice job with. And the young lady, they kind of gave some recognition to coming in. We certainly appreciate her and her efforts over the years. And you can tell that she spent some time in the barn working on her calves by the hair coats and kind of how well taken care of and how good condition is as far as that goes. As we look at him, he's one that's very long body. He's long spine. He's the longest spine here in the class. He's one that's stout featured and rugged about him. We just need to see more of that body from the side profile. Maybe just a little bit more finish and muscle relative to the product, relative to the cat above. But certainly a nice job that she's done a wonderful job with it. Congratulate her and the rest of them on the way after this.
The results of our cross-bred markets here show Class 2. First place went to Sydney Lover of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. Second place went to Weston Jensen of the Butler County 4-H Final Drive Livestock Club. This is first call for all first and second place in their class on the market side. This is first call for first and second place on the market side of our show today. Entering the arena in our cross-bred market steer show class 3. In this class we have Colby Wicks of the Jefferson Line Wires, Hummel of the East Butler Wranglers, and Jackson Hummel of the East Butler Wranglers. We need to have all of the first and second place in their classes start making their way to the arena. Please start making your way to the arena.
That was for me. That was done for me.
Our rate of gain winners for the market B. First place went to Jackson Hummel. Second place went to Lou Hummel. Third place went to Paisley Rudy. Fourth place went to Mark Goldman. Fifth place went to Colby Wicks. Sixth place went to Weston Jensen. Seventh place went to Drew Stigley. Eighth place went to Blake Humphrey. Ninth place went to Harper Swanson. And 10th place went to Mark Coleman. Please give our great gamers a big round of applause. Jackson Hummel, our first place winner, has an average weight of 4.31 pounds. To those of you who are winners, we will do a picture after the final drive. And Jackson Hummel, you will need to bring your project or exhibit to the photo op area.
Anyway, Robinson, really nice here as you get into this class here. He's got that haircut on him that makes him that soft, velvety look. Just really satisfied as he's I think what impresses me most about him is when you get behind him and you just study his natural face with. He's one that's really powerful that comes out of his top. He's got plenty of explosion. He comes out of the top side of that point and brings it on back and puts his pins. And then he's got cycle width and base width as well. Just a really incredibly powerfully constructed kind of cast. We're going to change him and loosen up with a tiny leg a little bit there before we make that sack. It's not hard when you start putting weight on, you're going to get discouraged. That's just part of it. You got to get it somewhere. Really well put together kind of cast the young lady brings us here today. And then that young person here brings us one that it was really hard to get out of the game over 4, and he's certainly done that. And so to feed him to their genetic potential, that is incredible. It's very hard to do that. So hats off to you. I think we were ready to game champion. So great job doing that. You got yourself a steer that weighs about 1,500, I think you said, and he's one that as you feel him, he's certainly right. He's certainly got some credibility. He's got some break under that height. We're going to try to feed that one to the genetic potential. That's hard to do. Anyway, he brings us one here again. This is with the preference. Here's one that really certainly muscularity is certainly something to talk about. Base width is certainly something to talk about. And we got to kind of place these out somewhere. I kind of wanted to reward the 4 kind of game one there, just for the great game. But certainly, I can see swiftness for sure in this particular scenario. So go ahead and congratulate them. Well done. Job well done.
Exterior show class 3 results. First place went to Colby Wicks of the Jefferson High Flyers. Second place went to Jackson Hummel of the East Butler Wranglers. We are now going to be doing our championship market B. Entering the arena, we have Lennox Wilson of the Butler County 4-H Livestock Club. Lennox has a returning bucket bottom cap. On our camper, we have Harper Swanson from the Butler County 4-H Livestock Club. Hewitt from the Monroe Cutter Clovers. In the holding area, we have Albert Swanson from the Butler County 4A Livestock Club. In the show class we have Mason Johnson with the East Butler Wranglers. From the West Team of the Coal Miner Wranglers is in the holding area. From the Crossbred Markets here, we have Cindy Miller of the Butler County 4A Livestock Club. In the holding area, we have Weston Jensen of the Butler County 4A Title Drive Livestock Club. From our show class 3 Crossbred Market Steer class, we have Colby Wicks from the Jefferson Live Wire. In the holding area, we have Justin Jackson of the East Butler Wranglers.
giving back to the youth, was so great to me in terms of the cattle business and specifically showing cattle, 4-H, and all those lessons that we were taught. And so much appreciated the invitation. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a nice round for a nice set. Especially from the heifers, and that kind of checks out. The steer numbers are certainly down, but it's very, very highly competitive, and I think there's several different directions you can go. It just kind of depends on what you want to put a focus on and what you can let go. There's no perfect animal. That's the beauty about livestock judging, and if you do livestock judging as a competition, we took some students to the Iowa Beef Expo, some agribusiness students, and they got along really well. I kind of let them drive it, and they had a top 10 finish. But what I do tell them is that livestock is very subjective to the individual. We each have things that we like, and therefore we have things that we see differently. And so it's all about priorities. So when we think of priorities, that would be like muscle and finish and structure and volume and those things, and it's the order in which you place those in which you might read animals. And so if you're willing to give something up, that's kind of where it truly lies. And so that's the beauty of livestock judging. Sometimes there's a more right answer, but there's not necessarily a wrong answer as long as you can justify it. So I think we find ourselves here just in a close competition, just kind of looking at everything that we have, and what do we have, and what can we live with, and what can we live without, and those sorts of things. The perfect animal. So if we describe our champion, which we describe a lot of these cattle in the ring here, here's one that's very stout and powerfully constructed all the way from front to back. One that's got plenty of grid in the middle shape, one that balances up nicely from the side profile. My one critique on your champion is would like to see just a little more flexibility out in that hip and that hind leg and some reach, but boy, that's pretty nitpicking on a pretty good set of steers. But you guys hired me to find one today, so I'm going to go find you one. More round of applause.
Butler County born and raised, and also belongs to Miss Colby. Entering the arena is from the Fox Red Market Steer Show Class 3.
It gets pretty close as we get into the reserve. Certainly some good. Which is better structured. These without question are the better structured steers. Just in terms of being loose, just in terms of having that flexibility off of both ends, that reach. As you look at him, he does get just a little triangular to the ground in terms of narrowness, but again, that's a brief characteristic of those angles kind of get that way. But you know, he's one who's very athletic in terms of on the move. Looking like to see this in the sharp muscle down below as we study our cycle there. And if we did that, we would also make a deeper twist, and that would push the skeleton apart, making it a little bit lighter. But man, that's sticking on a pretty good one. Let me get into, so we look at that one, we look at this one. We look at this white flank here. He's one with a high credibility one. He's got the shape and the dimension out of his rear. He's one that is level over top. He balances up really put your hands on him, he's certainly right as he's studying over his rear cage.
Our third champion for the market meet is Sydney Laverne with the Butler Livestock Club. Entering the arena is Jensen from the Butler County 4-H. Third place overall is Ainsley Ruby. She is Drive Livestock Club. Ainsley Ruby is also our reserve champion, Butler County, born and raised market beast.
I certainly didn't mean to do the Butler County thing, but when you look at the heifer show and the quality of heifers that were in that Butler County heifer show, it would make sense that you raise a couple out of the county like that. So congratulations. Butler County certainly a great spot for it to not only use cattle, the quality of the youth and cattle as well. As we kind of study this lineup, I mean, we've got lots of them still to look at. Really nice kind of cattle. Of course, the crossbred came out of a really tough crossbred division, as crossbreds normally do. I think those looser in their structure, but just in terms of having the right kind of build and in terms of putting your hand on her and her being relatively finished there for today's market, the fact that she's 1,200 some pounds. So she's just a quicker maturing one than some of these other breeds that are out here. But gravitate to her, wish she was just a little bit better structured. We're going to go ahead and follow up on that tough crossbred division with this black
Fourth place overall is Weston Jensen. Weston is with the Butler County Drive Livestock Club. Fifth and final placing, and I said I like that hard cover and just to change the structure. Here, get your hands on him, and he's got plenty of muscle there. Get behind him, he's got plenty of solo width, and he gets better in terms of the structure as well. And so it does get extremely close. To me, as you start moving and sorting cattle around, you kind of look at where they're at. The Charolais here does sort himself up to the top pretty good. And not to take anything away from any of these exhibitors, but also the herder as well holds his own in terms of breed character. I think a herder would and should be. And so really, really well done by these young exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll kind of go set for another five. Fifth place overall goes to Weston Jensen of the Butler County 4-H. results. We have our champion market week goes to Miss Colby Wicks. Colby is receiving a banner sponsored by Butler County Farm Bureau. She is also receiving a banner sponsored or in memory of Roger Davis. Our third champion market week goes to Cindy Hubbard. She is receiving a banner sponsored by Landon Olmer Insurance Agency. She is also receiving a banner from Chevron Cable Auction. Third place overall goes to Casey Ruby. She is receiving a banner sponsored by our Butler County Parliament. Fourth place overall goes to Weston Jensen. He also is receiving a banner sponsored by Butler County Parliament. Fifth place overall goes to Weston Jensen, who is receiving a banner sponsored by our Butler County Parliament. Our champion Butler County Raised Marketing goes to Colby Wicks. Colby is receiving a banner sponsored by Landon Olmer Insurance Agency and one in memory of Mike Butler. Reserve champion Butler County Raised Marketing goes to Casey Ruby. She is receiving a banner in memory of Robin Needham. Plus, she is receiving a banner sponsored by Bob C&C. Bob C&C. Next up would be our showmanship class.
They weighed 1,700 They pay all free. I don't know, they pay all the free.
We are also going to be doing our rate of game photo. Jackson will receive first place with averaging a 4.1. Jackson is receiving a banner sponsored by Kenny Grover Masonry. Second place was the Lulu Hall. She is our reserve champion receiving a banner sponsored by Butler County Farm Bureau. Third place was Casey Ruby. Fourth place was Mark Coleman. Fifth place was Colby Wicks. Sixth place was Weston Jensen. Seventh place was Drew Sixley. Eighth place was Blake Humphrey. Ninth place was Harper Sloan. And 10th place was Mark Coleman. If those people would start to make their way up for photos, then we'll go right into showmanship in just a few moments. We will start with the seniors. That is anyone who has completed 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th grade. Followed by our intermediate class for anyone who has completed 7th and 8th grade. Then we'll go into our junior class. Anyone who has completed the 4th, 5th, or 6th grade. That will be followed by a small junior TV show sponsored by our fair boards for those youngsters who have spent time in the barn helping neighbors, older siblings, cousins with their projects, but none has requirements to show you. They'll be able to walk the week around the area and set it up if they would like to.
We were talking about that too. So, you know, like, they do that paper reports. So they make reports at 11 o'clock. So you want to sit here and tell me about 11 o'clock, 3 seconds, market 15 cents. Years ago, they did I report out at 11, and it might not have moved until 11:30. Yeah, you know, I don't. You know, I thought in the 70s, and I bought that, sold that. That's right, 10 years. Yeah. I said, I don't remember borrowing money. And I said, I don't remember paying that rate. I was young. I had actually about a couple players I was holding young. One of them, and they were in the IBP players always assholes. Never won. Jack got one over. One time. I shouldn't say he got one over. Tom was always good. Well, Dad said Sunday night. He said, Alan, you going to town already? Well, I got somebody was saying, but I need a load tomorrow and drop one. 9 o'clock at night, they get a truck, you know? Well, you do what you can do. He said, this is the market. That says, I don't know, at that time you might have got 50 cents more with the fucking one. Like, I'll sell them to you for this. Well, he needs, so he had to bend me, you know, but. And I probably got to a couple cents in the next one. Probably. Oh, I'm sure he did. Some way. And now one of the Tyson Myers now was the one we had before. Back, and everybody hated Jack, but we got one of them. But some of the bitch is pulling out. You drive around the cattle yard, you drive out on the road, and you know. Yeah, no, I don't know anymore. What are they? Are they doing that? Oh, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're after that. I'm assuming those are there's a little photo.
We need a vehicle to move a block someone in. If you have a license plate of ODL161, Butler County, you are blocking someone, will you please move your vehicle?
I think that's me.
You know what kind of vehicle it is?
Yeah, what color? Silver?
It is a silver reverse.
That'll get, because it's only read my license plate.
Where's it at?
Right behind there. Right behind.
North of the pig barn.
Yes.
Sharon, it's north of the pig barn. Silver Traverse north of the pig barn.
This vehicle is north of the pig barn.
Color counter plate.
Right north of here. I know, that's why it's like, if you have a silver Traverse and you're
If
over
we are not taking pictures but are planning on doing showmanship, please start making your way to the arena. If you are not doing pictures and are planning on doing showmanship, please start making your way to the arena. We're going to do our senior showmanship class first, followed by our intermediate, and then we'll end with our junior.
If they need
I just told them that if you're not involved in taking pictures, start heading to the arena, because I do know they're still taking pictures. Like this makes it great. It is okay. We'll wait for him. We will not start without him. We will not start without him. I guarantee you. Tim runs a tight ship.
The lady asked me earlier on the calendar.
Sharon, you announced the training game top 10 again. Gentlemen, need to be up here right now. Good.
Rate of game winners to make their way to the photo op outside. We need to get that picture taken to start our showmanship classes. We need Jackson Hummel, Lulu Hummel, Paisley Ruby, Mark Coleman, Colby Wicks, Weston Jensen, Bruce Seeley, Blake County, Hunter Swanson, Mark Coleman, and Hannah Wayne Smith. The following people need to head to the photo op area outside so that we can get that picture taken. Once again, we need Jackson Hummel, Lulu Hummel, Paisley Ruby, Mark Coleman, Colby Wicks, Weston Jensen, Bruce Sickley, Blake Conkey, Hunter Swanson, Mark Coleman, and Hannah Wayne Smith. Class. We will have 2 classes of our scramble class. We will have a upper class and a steer class. So following our junior PE showmanship class, we will have 2 classes of the scramble class from last year.
I told Jackson we would not start without her.
Could be. Hey, keep your head on a swivel. He might be getting
He was the last one for photos, so I told him we'd wait for him.
Jack's out here yet.
Wes Jensen, and Colby Wicks. These are your senior showmen. They have completed grades 9, 10, 11, and 12.
I think it's the It's kind of beautiful. I like it. There's less. Aw, I was getting used to it.
It doesn't work. Oh, yeah. Be where you want.
with it. And so at home with my kids, I have them pull the show stick just so that they know what it is, but they don't get to use it when they set them up. So my son has to back him, kind of back him into place and walk him into place so that he's not reliant on it. And then I stand there and hold the halter, and then I let him step back and take a look so that he knows what it looks like when they're close and when they're far away, and so he don't have to even look at me around the ringside. No point in it. He knows what his calf looks like, set up and loin the way it should be. And so again, those are some basics, and that starts at home. And so great job for these young people. I was able to have some conversations that I saw throughout the day. And one of the things I did tell them, and I'll share with the group, is hey, I'm only human. It's no different than an umpire missing a strike or an umpire missing a base or something, or an out or whatever. I'm only human. There's a human element to it. And so it's your job as a show person to try to equalize that. And so I think it was the young person that had the Charlotte calf, and I told him, I said flat out, and you guys thought too, gravitating towards Smarter Heifer. Well, I lost him. I knew that Charlotte steer was there, and he just didn't give me a look throughout the whole thing, and I thought, well, here it is. And he must have circled or did something in between, and then I found it again. And so again, we're only human. And so I would recommend to you is that usually judges more or less have a line made up in terms of who they like coming in on the top 5, at least the top 2 anyway, and then you get them in together. But once they start disappearing, the group dynamic changes tremendously. And so I recommend that if you're picking the top 5, okay, the judge picks the top 5, immediately get out and circle and reposition yourself, just in case you weren't in the right spot. Okay, so that's a showmanship technique that I would certainly recommend. And we had that conversation with several of them. But these young people do a great job, every single one of them. So young people around the ring, I want you to hook up and talk to them and see if they can give you some secrets. Most people will share because they were where you were several years ago. So, and my challenge to the seniors is go ahead and share that information. Find a young person, and it sounds like you have that, and you do that, because there's some exhibitors here that do that. And we're talking about this young person here as well, doing that. So we appreciate you. One more round of applause for our seniors on the champion reserve. So I just told that exhibitor that in our conversation, that was a moment ago, but when we had our conversation, this particular exhibitor had the answers, and they were certainly acceptable within the industry provisions. And so we had a young person that knows that about the industry, kind of asked him what an acceptable rating was. Well, he immediately shot off a number and some things, and so I said, well, justify that. And so he did, and he had what was acceptable. And so again, we got to know something about the project. I've seen them all day, and so it's quite close for this next group here. But we'll go ahead and get you a reserve time as well. We'll see you in a moment.
The result of our senior showmanship, our champion senior beef showman, is receiving a banner sponsored by Butler County Farm Bureau. That belongs to Weston Jensen. Our reserve champion senior beef showman is Dawson Barnett. He is receiving a banner sponsored by Kenny Glover Masonry. Please give our senior showman a great round of applause.
That's right.
In this class, we have Paisley Ruby, Harper Swanson, Audrey Lorraine, Mason Johnson, Emmett Lover, JC Hewitt. These are our intermediate showmen. They have completed the 7th and 8th grade.
Well, and you know, they slept in the picture show. Yeah, watch the picture. You slept through some of this morning too? Watch some of this morning too. Or yesterday through the news too.
We're doing ice cream for more teams tomorrow. Yeah. We're gonna do ice cream tomorrow for more teams.
Mark Bolton is also in this class of intermediate showmen.
So we'll go ahead and just kind of circle them again, we'll end up tail to tail, just like we did. So again, as a judge, I'm okay with it. I've done county fairs for the showmanship at the beginning. Makes it a little harder just because you hadn't seen them in action. But then I'm glad that you do it at the end because I've seen them already for the day. And usually I already have an idea. Go ahead and circle it real quick. I'll talk while you circle, but I've already seen them. I've already known kind of what the demeanor is. And you don't have to come back in for showmanship. So for them to come back in at the end of the day when they're tired, tells me they've got that competitive drive, they've got that will to not give up. And so those are certainly some good good life lessons. And so I just went through today and just kind of real quickly asked them what they learned. And I was really impressed with some of the answers that I heard. And so with that, when they get settled here, we'll go ahead and put our champion in reserve. But all things still apply just in terms of having the show halter cut properly, being dressed and professional, and those sorts of things. Getting your animal positioned and set up properly, trying to use the show stick as minimally as possible. All of those things certainly apply. So another round of applause, and then go ahead and get yourself a champion reserve. Those front feet set, and then they just wait for that back foot to come into place. So I just kind of confirmed that. I wanted to see that again, and they did exactly what I thought they were going to do. We're going to use this young person right here. And again, just to echo that, you just did confirm that we already knew, so good job, lady.
Big round of applause. Today, for the big show, we'll take our showmanship class, followed by our TV showmanship class, sponsored by the Fair Board, and then we'll have 2 classes of scramble cam. Entering the arena for our cheerleading show. Entering the arena for our junior showmanship class, we have Hannah, Maymon, Oakley, Ruby, and Carly Rosendahl. You will have your time as soon as the junior showmanship class is finished. If you are participating in the Pee-wee showmanship class sponsored by the Fair Board, start making your way to the arena.
I was just seeing how much they picked up on from what we were talking, and really like what I see because they did pick up on some of the things. So good for you guys. And some of you did that before and everything, but you should always learn something. Every show you go to, you get better, you make yourself better. It's not about winning and losing. I heard that a lot today. As long as you learn something and you make yourself better, ask yourself what you can do to do that better and get the help from the older showman to do that. So, tremendous group of young people. It's encouraging to see you back here. Even though the numbers aren't here, really every single one of you do a nice job. So we've got to pick two of these, and so that's just what we're going to do. But congratulations to all three of you, and thank you for coming back in and taking the time. So congratulations again. We'll pick the top two.
Your champion junior Pee showman is Anna Mayman. She is receiving a banner sponsored by the American School of Engineering. Reserve champion junior Pee showman goes to Oakley Ruby. He is receiving a banner sponsored by Final Drive Livestock 4-H Club. Please give our junior showman a big round of applause. That concludes our regular Pee show for today. Again, we're going to have a Fair Board sponsored junior Pee-wee showmanship class. Then we will have 2 classes of scramble panels.
We're done, right?
You got it.
But he's judging us. He's judging
Anyone interested in the junior Pee-wee show, you may start making your way into the arena. Anyone interested in the Pee-wee showmanship class?
He mentioned it.
Did we get
Alrighty, You may set it up. You may walk it around some more. You may set it up a couple of times if you'd like to. All of our participants will be receiving a participation ribbon and a ball sticker. This is the future of Butler County. Please give all of our team showmen a big round of applause. If you are in a scramble class, please be sure you're in the holding area. All scramble cats, be sure you're in the holding area.
Experiencing recovery here, so I'm going to run the applause here.
do the heifers first?
Wait, what? I want to go to the outside bathroom.
You can probably get right through that.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
I didn't notice that. On the PR. I'll be out there and you might just come and get me.
So we did so if you follow, we did that land.
This is our Trail Cat Pepper Show.
Most of them
A champion and you champion from the
That was the inaugural event. For sure, probably next
terms of her body. She's big in her rib cage. She's one that sets down probably with the most circumference of any of them in terms of her skeleton and her bone and her footwork. And we get around behind that one and has plenty of width about her pin set and skeletal dimension. So this is kind of a nice female. And then in second here, closely and logically follows the type and kind of our class winner. Another big rib, high volume sort of a female. One is long hip from our hooks to her pins. She's a female that gets around the ring with a lot of ease, and as we look at how she's developing, we certainly appreciate the management that has had. And so round things off, one person gets this one. Another long spine, long hip female gives us a great capable center portion of belly and body and volume, if you will, like comparison relative to the rib. So nice round, nice person, congratulations to you all. Let's go ahead and congratulate them on the way out.
The results of our top scrambled heifers. First place went to Emery Myers from Parkersburg. Second place went to Elizabeth Gilman from Clarksville. They will be in our final drive when we pick our grand champion and reserve champion. Entering the arena now is our steer side of the half scramble. Entering the arena is E. Wicks from Allison, Jackson Sanborn from Clarksville, Henry Zoggy from Green, Jackson Hummel from Allison, Henry Learning from Allison, Dayton Learning from Allison, and Drew Stickley from Parkersburg.
defensive.
I think this is certainly a neat concept. We thank the producers and the company to have this level of giddiness and determination and to keep something like this going. Certainly comes with some effort and some push and some drive, and they have a lot of the right people in the right places to make this sort of thing happen. But I think it's good. From a judge's perspective, you look at these cattle and again, you take out it's about management from these cattle because they're all from the same or similar genetics. And so we know about this year in terms of his rating game just because he was weighed in at county fair, and so but all the rest of them we're not sure about. But one could conclude probably that they're all going to be pretty equal in terms of rating game and what they do. I mean, or at least have an acceptable one. And as we start off with, a young person here does one long body, about his hip. He's one that balances up nicely from the profile. 1,500 pounds, which all of them are 1,500, 1,600 pounds. So just good practical kind of cattle to start out with. Young person brings us in second there. One that's a little bit more shapely, maybe even out of his hip as he studied from the side profile. Has that turn to that rear lower quarter. He's holding plenty of flesh on him. Gets around, fairly good given everything. You know how much weight they put on and that sort of thing. Still has some athleticism relative to the size that he is as they get big and put some fat on. But nice looking, practical kind of a calf that goes to second. Young lady brings us one that's another long body one, again very similar in terms of genetics. One that is long hips from hooks to pins. One that is big footed and rugged in terms of its bone and its set up there. Nice looking calf the young lady brings us. She's going to get it down to feeding that one. Next is number 6 there. Young lady's done a good job. It's hard to get it to look right when they don't want to walk and act right, but I think the circumstances, that's a very rugged looking one. That's one that's big in terms of its foot size, big in terms of its skeleton, really long body, one that kind of matches the pattern and type of time that we've seen thus far. And leading around the young man here, gives us one that's just big in terms of its skeleton. He's barrel shaped in terms of his middle portion. Calf that maybe is not quite as shapely as he gets down low in terms of his muscularity, but certainly has some parts and pieces and is certainly practical in his makeup. The bald face here, number 8 here, coming around, again, all coming from the same place. Really nice to see a calf like that, long face calf. One that maybe has some length body like they all do, got some shape out of his hip. Maybe not quite as ultra comfortable, a little short strided off with a tiny leg, again, just comparatively, but nice job by that young person. Then I handled this one, just because I wanted to confirm what I thought maybe I already knew, and that calf there is the showbiz one without question. He's been taken care of and brushed, and you can tell he's got that for look and eye appeal and hair coat, and he's certainly the showiest of the group. But as you put your hands on him, he's also the forest doing by looking at him. He's still hard to feel, and he's still hard over his rib cage. He still needs some time. But certainly that kid spent some time with that calf, and you can certainly tell, and he should be commended for that. So wonderful job here. We'll bring you both in, steers and heifers. But great job. Go ahead and congratulate them. Nice program.
The results of our steer class. First place went to Jackson Hummel from Allison. Second place went to Jackson Springboard from Clarksville. Our rated game winners, they will be receiving a plaque from TJ Farms. Our champion is Ethan Wicks with an average rate of 3.93. Second place went to Jackson Springboard with a weight of an average gain of 3.88 pounds. We are now picking a champion and reserve champion out of our show class. In the class, we have Emery Beckers, who was first with the heifers, Elizabeth Tillman, who was second with the heifers. We also have Jackson Hummel, who was first with the steers, and Jackson Sanborn, who was second with the steers. We are picking our champion and reserve champion.
Yeah, so when you look at this division, you know, obviously there's different terminal points for each one of these. And so the ones ahead of us here, we have a terminal end point, you know, they're going to be hanging on the rail here pretty soon. And these have a whole other life to live beyond this moment. So hopefully another 15, 16, 18 years to get out in terms of Calvert. And so with that, great job of these exhibitors. And so there's different criteria that we might look at that might make it a little uneven because they all have different endpoints. But congratulations to them. We're going to go ahead and pick a champion reserve out of this division. It takes a lot of support to do this, so anybody with a blue shirt on, make sure you go ahead and thank them for this tremendous program to get more interest and more interest in activity here at County Fair, and really a life experience because again, these are all the same genetics, and you can see the differences. Now that group of steers was a pretty deep group of steers, and they were telling me they did post a rated game, and thankfully it's kind of like what I confirmed. I missed a few in there, but the rated games, and they're all well over 3. So good job to those young people for feeding over their genetic potential. That's really well done. So with that, no more congratulations. Go ahead and pick a champion reserve.
Our reserve champion goes to Jackson Hummel from Allison. Please give another round of applause to all of our scramble calf participants. And please give a big round of applause to our Queen Colby Wicks and Claire Corliss who have stuck with us